Alrighty, so another little giveaway that I totally forgot about and didn't mention. If you lost to Zach Halverson, the winner yesterday of $5,000, if you lost to him in any round, you are currently being entered into a drawing to win a Summit gift card. We're working on it right now, so be listening here in just a minute. If you were one of the probably 8 or 9 individuals that lost to him on his way to winning, you are entered into a drawing for a Summit gift card. Is it 100? It's $100, right? I believe it's a $100 Summit gift card. I'm gonna check that here. So it'll be just the entry that he won on. So if you lost to Zach on the entry he didn't win on, the number he didn't win on, unfortunately you were not eligible. So it's a $100 Summit gift card for each racer who loses to the eventual winner each day. You get put into a drawing for $100 from Summit Racing. So we're working on that right now. We'll be announcing that in just a little bit. I do believe our quilt winners have been finalized. Brad Thompson came all the way from Florida. He was one of the winners. And then the other winner was Roger Hopp from South Dakota, 506 miles or something, right? Somewhere around there. So Roger and Brad, both winners of a quilt, going home cozy. What? So congratulations to those two. Lucas is out right now handing things out and getting pictures taken. 402 miles for Roger. That is Madison, South Dakota. Like I said, Brad Thompson came all the way from Florida. So we got 8 individuals. 8 individuals. And from Zach's winning yesterday. We will get it to you here in just a few minutes. So congratulations to Don. You can go up and technically thank Zach Halverson a little bit for helping you get entered into the drawing. So Don Paisley going home with a $100 Summit gift card.
So you run that down.
Alrighty, so this is first call. No box doubles to the lanes, please. 4 and 5, no box doubles to the lanes. This is your first call. Box doubles, your last and final call to the front of the lanes here. And we'll go ahead and put out first call for the rest of the the rest of the no box class. So, no box doubles. No box doubles. You should be in the lanes right now. No box, we will take you to the lanes. So no box, this is your first call for eliminations round 1. No box doubles, you should be in the lanes. So no box. Bring them around. Jump on in. Track's not getting any warmer. Well, maybe. Jump on in, the water's fine. So no box doubles, you should be in the lanes. No box, this is your first call for round 1 eliminations. No box, your second call of the lanes. No box, your second call of the lanes for round 1 eliminations. Once again, no box. This is your second call of the lanes for round 1 eliminations. We're about to send the first pair down the track here in just a second. Alrighty, first pair, round 1 eliminations and no box. Brian Moody, left lane, 634 the dial. Austin began, 715 the dial. Austin in the 2000 Trans Am. Wheeled both entries, I believe, to 4th round yesterday. Brian turned it 11 red in the 2nd round. So both of them have a little bit unfinished business. Chopping the tree down. 002, 18 above, 20 total. Austin, 18 on the tree. Dead 9. No good. It's going to bring up Travis Steffen's left lane in the 2000 S10. Our live stream manager this weekend. Right lane, Kevin Hack, 653 the dial in the 98 Camaro. Travis put together like a 12-pack yesterday, first round. See if he can do it again today. Travis Steffens is 5 on the tree, 13 above for the win, 18 total. Kevin, 13 on the tree, 23 above for the runner-up position. Sabrina Neiman, right lane. Teve, Illinois, 596 the dial. Dylan Tiedrick, 591 the dial from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Both of them are regulars, usually out here on the weekends. Dylan looking to go on, try to be the last bike standing today, win himself a $50 gift card, courtesy of Grothis Drag Bikes. He's going to have a little work to do down on the other end. Sabrina Neiman is 67, 17 above. Dylan Tiedrick is 97. Broke it out, 13. Sabrina gets there first by 0.0004. Couple inches. Which is... Never mind. Not going to make that joke that early in the day. Not trying to get us kicked off YouTube. 591 the dial for Todd Tiedrick, left lane. Just watched his son take runner-up position, hoping to get one entry through the first round. John Olbrich stands in his way, 652 the dial for John. Pretty even Steven up front on the tree. It's going to be a race down to the other end. How about that? Goes Todd's way. 60 on the tree, 12 above to be 72 total. John was 64 and drops 4 numbers. Headed to the buyback window. I'm sorry, headed to the buyback in the staging lanes. Lucas has his bikini on, ready to collect. 591 the dial for Austin, left lane, 673. I'm sorry, 673 the dial for Austin, left lane. Gets Corey Miller, 830 in the Mustang. Starting line advantage, right lane. Win light, left lane. Corey takes over a 10th of stripe to break it out a 10th. Had plenty of room. Gives the win back over to Austin. Jaron Christensen. Left lane. 604 the dial on the bike. Taking on Charles Sullivan in the 70 Duster. Jaron turns at 34 red and hands the win over. Charlie puts a 17-pack together on the freebie. He's 10 on the tree, dead 7. Jaron goes packing. Garrett Chitty, left lane, 666 the dial against RJ Mahan. 632 the dial. RJ's got quite the fan group down there, I think I saw before. Garrett wheeling one of two entries here. One in no box, one in box. Trying to get the first one through early. Takes the pressure off the second one. Never want to buy back both of them. Garrett moving on. RJ turns it 84 red, rearing to go. Garrett's 37 on the tree and 13 above to be 50 total for the win. RJ just a little bit too excited for first round. Hopefully he brings that same excitement to the buyback lanes. Gonna bring up Bob Dish, left lane in the 71 Vega wagon. Against Brandon Schmall, our runner-up yesterday. Brandon looking to finish the business he started yesterday. Looking to go home with the big check. Bob's trying to put a stop to it early. Brandon's got the advantage. He's on the throttle pedal, and he gets her done. He's 11 on the tree, 57 above for the win. Bob is 67, 24 above. No bueno. Going to bring up Frank Rechterman in the left lane against Logan Westcott in the right lane. Frank in the 86 Mustang, 460 cubic inch. Power behind that, underneath that hood. Logan in the Tesla. A lot of gigawatts of electrical stuff. Frank turns at 27 red. Logan's 4 on the tree. Let's see how close he can get to the number. 13 above. Logan, 17 total first round. Moving on. Valerie Chitty, left lane out of Grimes, Iowa, in the 2010 Camaro. Take on Ryan Sefford. A 69 Camaro. Ryan Sefford and that car have been through a lot together. Ryan's got the advantage. Can he turn it into a win? He will. Ryan's 24 on the tree. 44 above for the win. Valerie's 45 on the tree and 28 above. Going to bring up Dan Steffens in the left lane. Dragster Dan Steffens. Dan wheeled the car to 3 yesterday, all without some electrical components or having some electrical issues. Tore the car apart last night, rewired it real quick. Spit a resistor at us in time trials this morning, and here he is. Got Steve Marquis in the other lane. Good set of reaction times for both these gentlemen. Down to the other end. Gonna go Dan's way. He's 24 on the tree, dead 4, 28 total. Steve was 21 and 18 above. Siobhan Warner, the 88 Camaro. Ed Schmidt in the 90s-ish, early 2000s Camaro. Siobhan's going to be out first. Ed's going to reel him in. Well, you can't reel him in if all you see is the red bulb. Ed goes 50 red. Siobhan had a good shot on the tree. 002 on the tree, breaks it out a ton on the freebie. But good little data pass for Siobhan. Moving on. Ed goes 15 above, but ends his chances on the starting line. Not yet. Bill Cox, left lane, Mabel, Minnesota, in the 48 Anglia. 632 cubic inch. Taking on Tim Kania in the 65 Chevy. Can't get much better than that for Bill, as he's 001, 14 above to be 15 total. Tim Kania 50 on the tree. Nothing but taillights for him. Nothing but credits. Going to bring up Jeff Freeman Jr. out of Davenport, Iowa in the 69 Barracuda. Farm Boy Enterprises. Won't find a much nicer man than that man right there in the left lane. But Jim Laughlin, he's got some big wins under his belt, and he's no slouch. 657 the dial for Jim. Jeff might be in a little trouble here. Jim Laughlin's 15 on the tree, dead 5, 20 total. Jeff Freeman Jr. is 40 on the tree, breaks it out 6, nowhere to go. I will take box doubles to the front of 7 and 8, please. Box doubles to the front of 7 and 8, please. You got 2 entries in box today. We need you in the lanes as soon as you can. Box doubles, first call, front of the lanes, 7 and 8. Coley Novak, left lane, in the 87 Mazda, zoom. Get taken on Justin Vargas in 708 in the 80 Mustang. Green lights for both of them. Coley is on the brakes and turns on the wind light. Justin's car falls off. Coley takes the win. 17 on the tree for Coley, 15 for Justin. It's going to bring up Serenity Freeman in the left lane. And our resident love driver in the right lane, Ryan Rutledge. Serenity dialed 745, Ryan 602. Well, compared to the first round yesterday, Ryan Rutledge has got to hang his hat on that light, as he is 29 on the tree, 85 above. Serenity's 151, breaks it out, trying to stay ahead. Ryan Rutledge moving on for one more round of the tomato soup can truck. Joe Schmall, left lane, the Fast and Furious from Lino Lakes, Minnesota. Taking on Mark Rosenbaum's 64 Corvette. 590 the dial for Mark, 692 for Joe. Mark might have him pinned here, and he did. 17 on the tree, 20 above, 37 total. Joe let go 56 and let go of his chances of winning. Mathematically ineligible. Just a reminder, racers, we are live on YouTube, so if you're not able to sit up here at the top of the hill and watch, you are able to sit in your motorhome in the AC and watch. We are live on YouTube. If you enjoy the live stream, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. We live stream our points races every weekend. Got a little bit of a different camera setup this weekend, thanks to Travis Steffens, who is in my left lane right now. Travis Steffens in the white S10, taking on Donnie Ellison. 606 the dial for Donnie. 665 for Travis. Box doubles, you should be in the front of the lanes right now. Box doubles, you should be in the front of the lanes. This is your second call, box doubles. Oh boy. Travis, 004 on the tree, breaks it out 8, taking 58. Donnie Ellison, 61 on the tree. And Travis wants it bad. Travis, kicking himself. Austin began left lane in the 07 Monte Carlo. Taking on Mike Wymore in the 80 Plymouth Arrow. Austin turns at 23 red. Sends himself packing. Mike is 43, 15 above for the win. All right, box doubles, your final call. Go ahead and put out first call for box. Box cars, first call of the lanes. Box cars, first call of the lanes. Kevin Hack, left lane, 653 the dial in the 98 Catfish Camaro. Taking on Scott Vargas in the 920 Mustang. Kevin's going to wait this one out. Almost 3 seconds. Kevin saw something that I saw as well. Scott, green light was burning. He took it off. 218 on the tree for Scott. 132 for Kevin. Kevin's 132, 79 above. Locking Scott out of the race. Scott was seeing green. Better late than never, they always say. Brian Moody left lane, the second entry. 634 the dial. Taking on Brandon Schmall on his second entry. So box cars. We will take you to the lanes right now, box cars. We will take you to the lanes 7 and 8, please, box cars. Lanes 7 and 8. Sounded like a little shifting issue for Brian as it just didn't want to kick into the next gear. Brandon Schmall was all over him though. 001, 70 above to be 71 total. Brian Moody was 20 on the tree. That's no slouch either, but like I said, it sounded like the bike didn't want to kick to the next gear. Found the rev limiter and never got to the number. John Ulbrich, left lane. On his second entry, 657 the dial, taking on Sabrina, 597 the dial for Sabrina. Sabrina, our no-box runner-up yesterday, made it down to 4 cars. Who's going to stage first? Sabrina's in. John follows. Sabrina's got the advantage in the right lane, and she's going to turn on the wind light. She's 26, dead zero. Be 26 total. John Ulbrich, 63, broke out, trying to stay ahead. Oh, man. The father-son matchup on the starting line right now. Dylan Tiedrick, left lane, taking on his old man Todd. Todd turned 60 on Friday, if I remember correctly. So happy late birthday to Todd. He's going to see if he can teach the young man a lesson. Todd is 009 on the tree, dead 8 to be 17 total. Said, take that. Think you can't teach an old dog new tricks? I'll show you. Dylan Tiedrick is 79, breaks it out 2. It's going to bring up Derek Maxwell on the Byron, 672 the dial. Going to take the free pass in the second round, save himself the $40 buyback. He's 65 on the tree, dead 8. Nice little lap for a Byron. So racers, no box racers, if you found yourself on the wrong side of round 1, just remember it's only $40 to buy back. All right, we're going to keep rocking and rolling right into our box class. Anthony Lane, left lane, 493 the dial. Colton Lane, 476 the dial. Another father-son matchup. Anthony Lane, a pretty well-established engine builder in the Illinois area. Watched one of his motors turn on wind lights yesterday. Zach Halverson, I believe, is one of the cars the Halversons have, runs lane. Runs a lane motor. So Colton gonna see if he can get the better of the old man. Oh, I can't do it that way. Colton sees the red ball, 003 red. Anthony's 25 on the tree, breaks it out on the free pass. Gets the data, moves on. Gonna bring up a couple of familiar foes here, as this is not the first round Don Paisley and David Primrose have ever raced each other. Dave, 542 the dial. Don, 556. Don is 63 on the tree, dead 5 to be 68 total. Dave Primrose, 8 on the tree, 14 above for the win on the modified moped. Tony Henderson, left lane, 495 the dial. Zach Halverson, right lane, our winner from yesterday, 458 the dial. Alrighty, attention the pits. Austin Began, you are our free buyback winner today in no box, courtesy of Waugh Auto Repair. So Austin Began, if you're listening, you're going to get yourself a free buyback into the next round here. Courtesy of them gentlemen over at Waugh Auto Repair. So once again, Austin Began, your free buyback winner. And down goes the champ from yesterday as Tony Henderson is 15 on the tree, dead 9. Taking out Zach, who's 12 on the tree, 19 above. Sounded to me like Zach maybe had him covered and gave it one too many throttle whacks. Zach Miller, left lane, 541 the dial. Muscatine, Iowa. Yesterday it was Independence, Iowa. Man, that guy up and moved last night. 503 the dial for Mitch Melcher in the right lane. 001, separate them up front. And the win's going to go to Zach. He's 542 with a 3 on his 541 dial. cuts a 46 light. Mitch cuts a 47 light. And runs 504 with a 7 on the 503 dial. It's going to be another scooter in the left lane as Jeremy Meyer, our last bike standing from yesterday, is dialed 595, taking on Jacob Miller. 557 the dial for Jacob. Jeremy's got the advantage up front. Can he turn it into a win? He doesn't. Jacob Miller, 36 on the tree, 30 above to be 66 total. Jeremy, 16 on the tree, 65 above. Bike just didn't get there. Mike Walsh, left play to the 66 Corvette. Yeah, sorry, I just didn't get enough sleep last night, I guess. Alex Zuzki, 604 the dial on the 27 Model T. Alex Zuzki was our first winner of a mug yesterday. Can he double it up today? Close, but no cigar. Gets the win that round though, 16 on the tree, 36 above. Is that 52 total? Mike Walsh, let's go 56. Moving and grooving to the buyback lane. Brian Yeoman's 521 the dial and the 99 Mullis chassis. 482 cubic inch motor sitting behind him. Matt Melcher in the 99 Racetech chassis, 565 cubic inch, 486 the dial. Brian's got the advantage on the starting line. He's going to turn it into a win. He's 34, 13 above, 47 total. Matt Melcher. Excuse me, Matt Melcher, 42, 14 above. Not happening. Roger Hopp, our runner-up in the box class yesterday in the Land Shark Dragster from Madison, South Dakota. Also the winner of one of our longest pull quilts. Compliments of the Quiltmaker shop in Manchester, Iowa. Taking on Tom Roshan, the man without a shirt. 555 the dial for Tom in the 74 Duster. Wheels up and away for Tom. Rogers got the advantage and runs him down. 19 on the tree, 10 above, 19 total. Tom, 23 on the tree, dead 8. Tough sledding. Tough sledding. Kevin Ollinger left lane, 595 the dial. Taking on Zach Mortensen, the twin turbo dragster. Starting line advantage left lane, win light right lane. Kevin Ollinger 11 on the tree, breaks it out 10, taking 38. Needed to take 28 or less. Zach Mortensen's 36, dead 3. Scott LaRue, left lane, Redland, Iowa, 642 the dial. Taking on Michael Freeman, Albany, Illinois in the 71 Duster, 634 the dial. Mike turns at 20 red, hands the win over to Scott. Scott 37, Breaks it out 30. Bob Dish, left lane, 667 the dial on the 71 Vega wagon. Our starter Alex taking a look at the left lane, must be leaving us some drifts. Bob turns at 8 red, Al Grimm 13, 24 above, 37 total. Bob runs well off his dial, 45 above. Jim Obrick, 38 on the tree, but Tyler Stitch is 20. Tyler 20, 30 above to be 50 total. Jim Obrick 38, breaks it out. 13, taking 25. Garrett Chitty, left lane. Taking on Allison Pierce, 616 the dial for Allison in the dragster. Garrett's got 565 painted on the side. Something goes funky for Allison as she is 962 red. Garrett's 007. Breaks it out 9 on the bypass. Something must have been punched wrong in the box for Allison, where she just gave us one good flinch. It's going to bring up Mike Fuller and Brad Thompson. Brad coming to us from Merritt Island, Florida, the other winner of the long haul quilt. Take it on Mike Fuller, 492 the dial from Robbins, Iowa, down there by Cedar Rapids. Brad dialed 480. One thou, separate them up front. Win light goes to Brad. He's 30, 25 above. Be 55 total. Mike 29 on the tree, 44 above. I'm sorry, 64 above. Check my math. Going to bring up Mike Halverson, left lane. Mike running a different car today as he popped the motor in the one yesterday. So running the backup car today for Mike. Taking on Ray Thompson, 501 the dial for Ray. 616 for Mike. Ray's got the advantage. Can he turn it into a win light? Nope. Mike is 17 dead 7, taking 25. Ray is 005, 44 above, no good. Mark Rosenbaum, Staunton, Wisconsin, 23 Miller chassis. 511 the dial. Mark, second place in our point series we run out here on the weekend. Points obviously don't matter today, but that $5,000 check sure would be nice. Sage Mortensen's going to see if he can change the dream of Mark into a nightmare. Sage is 59 to Mark's 32. Down on the other end, it's going to go Mark's way. Mark is 32 and 66 above. Sage goes 59 and 92 above. Andrea Hager, left lane, 489 the dial. Taking on Dalton Waugh. Kokot, Iowa, 531 the dial. So boxcars, doubled or not, you should be thinking about heading to the lanes here shortly if you're not already in the lanes. Boxcars, you should be thinking about being in the lanes if you aren't already. Dalton Waugh takes the starting line advantage all the way down the track as he is 14 dead 9. Be 26 total, 23 total. Check my math. Andrea's 22, 10 above to be 32, no good. Dragster Dan Steffens, left lane, 583 the dial. 658 for Jim Laughlin in the right lane. Oh, Jim's going to kick himself when he sees that time ticket. Jim's 002 red. Dan is 126 on the tree. 18 above for the win. Jim, like I said, 002 on the wrong side of green. Goes 656 on the 658 dial. Rod Wolter, left lane, 630 the dial, taking on Randy Temperley, 586 the dial for Randy. Randy's got the advantage, and he turns it into a win. He's 18 dead 8. Be 26 total. Rod Walters 63 and breaks it out 20, trying to stay ahead. Schmall, left lane in the 69 Fury. Hang on, I gotta wait for my screen to switch here. Joe Schmall, left lane in the 69 Fury, taking on Bobby Marquis in the boat dragster, the Evan Rude. Bobby and Steve, some of the nicest people you'll ever meet and talk to. I had a conversation with them last night. Wonderful people. Coming from Comanche, Iowa. I said it yesterday, but I really like that splash of pink on that dragster. That sure looks nice. Joe Schmall turns to 007 red. Bobby is 59 on the tree, 19 above for the win.
I will, yeah.
Jacob Miller, left lane, taking on Steve Geiger. Right lane, 489 the dial for Steve, 557 for Jacob. Jacob's out first. Steve turns it 3 red. Hands the win over to Jacob. Man, we got to get a muffler on that thing. Bill Black's dragsters rattle the windows in this tower every time he does a burnout. We got to get a muffler on that thing. Jacob Miller gets the win. 40 on the tree. 26 above, 66 total. Steve is 3 red. Giving it away. Zach Miller, 541 the dial. Bill Black, 36 on the tree, 29 above for the win. Zach turns a 10 red, breaks it out. Zach's headed to the buyback lane. First call, no box, double buybacks. No box, double buybacks. If you need to buy back one of your entries or both of your entries. I'm sorry if you have to buy back both your entries. That's sad. That makes me sad for you. But buyback, double entries, no box, double entry buybacks to the lanes 4 and 5, please. No box, double buybacks, lanes 4 and 5, please. Speaking of things that need mufflers, it's Tesla. That's my favorite joke. It'll never get old. Mike Walsh, 671 the dial in the left lane, taking on Logan Westcott, 679 the dial in the right lane. Logan getting more and more comfortable in that Tesla as he drives it. Mike Walsh is 005 and turns on the win light, 14 above to be 19 total. Logan Westcott's 71 on the tree, breaks it out 5. Matt Melcher, left lane, 486 the dial, taking on Ron Wayleen, 576 the dial for Ron. Ron turns it red, hands the instant win over to Matt. Matt breaks it out 2 on the free pass. Ron goes down there, 13 above. Going to bring around Mitch Melcher. Just watched his brother Matt get the win, seeing if he can follow suit. Taking on Sabrina Neiman. Sabrina 509 the dial, Mitch 503 the dial. Mitch is 14 on the tree. Dave Primrose taking on Jarrett Crease here. Crease or Creasy, one of the two. I said Crease all day yesterday. Let's say Creasy today. Jarrett Creasy, right lane, Evansdale, Iowa, taking on Dave Primrose, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. 542 the dial for the scooter, 479 for the dragster. Jarrett testing the reflexes before he pulls her into the beams. Dave's stage, pre-stage, ready to rock and roll. Jarrett's following him in. Both pre-stage bulbs are lit. Tree's coming down. Dave Primrose cuts a 005, goes 24 above for the win. Jarrett's 23, breaks it out 1, taking 5. Had to take 4 or less. Two inches too fast. So no box, double buybacks, you should be in the lanes. No box, double buybacks, you should be in the lanes. We will take the rest of the no box buybacks at this time. So no box buybacks, this is your first call to the lanes. No box buybacks, this is your first call to the lanes, please. Allison Pierce is 30 on the tree, dead 8 to be 38 total. Alex Zuzewski is 21 on the tree, dead 5 to be just a little bit better. 38 pack doesn't win you anything these days. Tom Roche in left lane, taking on Zach Halverson, right lane. Both of these gentlemen in their second entry, making them cars do some extra work today. But for $75 to race for $5,000, how could you not double enter? $555 the dial for Tom, $458 for Zach. It's going to be a race to the other end as Zach had the small starting line advantage and he turns into a win. He's 21, 13 above. Tom's 24 and 19 above in the runner-up position. Michael Freeman left lane in the 71 Duster, 635 the dial. Wheels up for Michael. Tyler's in trouble. Oh no, Michael had him and lost him. Tyler's 22, dead 0 to be 22 total. Michael was 003, took 29 to break it out 10. Had to take 19 or less. Needed one more throttle lap to make it work. Anthony Lane left. I got my little giggle fit out of my system. Anthony Lane, left lane, 492 the dial. Taking on Zach Mortensen, 464 the dial. Grandpa John looks on. Them tires just a chatter. Zach is 36 and 60 above. Anthony Lane's 22, shuts it off a little early, runs 41 above, takes the win. Zach punches one of his entries through, but not the other. Anthony punches one through, but not the other. So no box buybacks. You should be in the lanes right now. No box buybacks. You should be in the lanes. So no box buybacks. You should be headed to the lanes if you are not already in the lanes. Don Paisley taking the win, 30 on the tree. Colton turns at 10 red. Don's 30 on the tree, dead 1. 31 total. Colton Lane, 10 red, 11 above. If you take the negative 10 and add it to the positive 11, that's a 1-pack. It doesn't work that way, but that's a 1-pack.
How is your buy?
I believe that's going to bring up Al Grimm, our first round box buy. Not a single trip zip so far first round. Got one last shot at it to give away a mug. Otherwise, I'm going to start using all these things. I'm going to use a new one each day of the week. I might not even wash them. I'll just use them and throw them away. I got a whole box of them up here. No one wants to win them. So no box buybacks. You should be in the lanes right now. No box buybacks. This is your last and final call. No box buybacks, your last and final call. I'm going to go ahead and invite our no box winners to the back of the staging lanes, please. No box winners to the back half of the staging lanes, please. So once again, last call, no box buybacks. First call, no box winners. So Al Grimm, our last shot for a trip zip, first round. I feel good about it. He was close. 17 on the tree. Going to stop the clocks down there at 480 with a 1 at 143 mile an hour. So Al, moving on with that entry, taking the bypass. So once again, no box buybacks. You should be in the lanes. No box winners. This is your first call to the lanes. Brian Moody left lane 634 the dial. Austin began 716 the dial. Austin has the advantage and turns it into a win. Austin's 48 on the tree, 723 with a 6 at 85 mile an hour on the 716 dial. Brian 85 on the tree and just couldn't get there. Austin takes the win. Moving on to third round. John Oberg taking the win there, 54 on the tree, 26 above for the win. Travis 67 on the tree, 15 above. No good. Dylan Tiedrick left lane 589 the dial, taking on Kevin Hack right lane 653 the dial. Kevin Hack taking the win, 004 on the tree, 36 above, 40 total. Dylan was 80 on the tree and mathematically not involved. Serenity Freeman left lane in the 88 purple People Eater Mustang. Tim turns it 40 red, hands the win over to Serenity. Serenity's going to be 28 on the tree and breaks it out 39. Tim's 40 red, dead 2 at 104 mile an hour. So once again, no box winners. This is your second or third call to the lanes. No box winners. Second or third call to the lanes, please. Corey Miller left lane, taking on RJ Mahan in the right lane. Corey, Albany, Iowa. RJ, Ladora, Iowa. Don't know where either of them are at. Corey might be in a little bit of trouble here as RJ is 003 on the tree and 40 above for the win, 43 total. Corey, 85 on the tree, 73 above, ending his buyback dream early. Gonna bring up Steve Marquis and Frank Rechterman. Frank, Cave Creek, Arizona. Also calls Coggin, Iowa home in the 86 Mustang. Steve in the 62 Chevy. Good pair of reaction times for both of them. As they get down to the other end of the track, it's going to go Steve's way. He is 8 on the tree, dead 5. 13 total. Frank is 20 and 11 above. Jeff Freeman Jr., $6.99 the dials, got the advantage over Ed Schmidt, and he turns it into a win. He's 33 and 16 above. For the win, Ed Schmidt 135 on the tree and 25 above, no good. Ending his day early. Sorry about that. We were doing a little bit of a math lesson up here. Joe Schmall, left lane, Lino Lakes, Minnesota. 69 Fury, taking on our resident love expert, Ryan Rutledge from Centertown, Missouri. Ryan's got a little room to wiggle here. Can he turn it into a win? Yes, sir. He's 68 on the tree, 40 above to be 108 total. Joe Schmall was 102 on the tree and breaks it out. Breaks it out 24, taking 40. These cars are moving faster than my brain can. Charles Sullivan's 25 on the tree, dead 0 to be 25 total. Austin Mahan is 78 on the tree, 46 above for the loss. Gonna bring up Bob Dish and Ryan Sefford. Ryan's car has been one of my favorite cars since I started out here 9 years ago. Bob Dish turns at 23 red, hands the win over to Ryan. Ryan's 41 on the tree and 31 above, 72 total. All right, attention the pits, attention the pits. Zach Halverson, you are a free recipient of a free buyback today, courtesy of Wall Auto Repair. You had the best losing package first round of box. So Zach Halverson, you are the winner of a free buyback, courtesy of Wall Auto Repair. So, Zach, when you bring your entry back around for the buyback lane this afternoon, you're going to save yourself $40, courtesy of them fellas over at Wall Auto Repair. Derek Maxwell, left lane, 672 the dial. Brandon Schmall, 673 the dial. Now I want you in the audience and those watching the live stream to count out that 0-1 difference. Derek Maxwell turns at 20 red, And hands went over to Brandon, who's 37 on the tree and was carrying numbers as he goes 666 with a 3 on the 673 dial. Carrying numbers. Dan Steffens left lane in the dragster. Running the wheels off that thing this weekend. Taking on Mike Wymore in the Plymouth Arrow. I heard a little rumor yesterday, or a fact, I don't know if it's true or not, but I've been told Mike Wymore has made it to like 10 or 12 finals here at Tri-state Raceway and hasn't won a single one of them. Don't know if it's true or not, but that was the word on the street. Dan turns at 9 red, Mike turns at 25 red, and True Start gives the win over to Dan. With True Start, it is the worst red, not the first red. So Mike Wymore ending his day early, and Dan's moving on. Going to bring up Siobhan Warner, left lane 693 the dial, taking on Donnie Ellison, 605 the dial. Both of them turn it red, but Siobhan gets the win as he is 11 and Donnie is 13 red. Siobhan's 23 above, Donnie 22 above. Them fellas could have kept it green. That would have been a race. Garrett Chitty left lane 668 the dial in the 74 Nova. No box. You should be in the lanes right now. No box. You should be in the lanes right now. First call, box. First call, box, double, buybacks. First call, box, double, buybacks. First call, box, double, buybacks. Lanes 7 and 8, please. First call, box, double, buybacks. Lanes 7 and 8. Logan Westcott taking the win there over Garrett Chitty. He's 25 on the tree, dead 8. Locking Garrett out as he is 52, dead 1. Coley Novak and Mark Rosenbaum next on the block here as Coley is dialed 626 to Mark's 591. Mark is staged, ready to roll. Coley balling him in. Maybe. Yep, there we go. Advantage, Mark. Win light, Mark. Mark Rosenbaum's 31 on the tree, 25 above to be 56 total. Coley is 82 and broke it out. I'll bring up Sabrina Neiman and Travis Steffens. Travis dialed 665 in the S10. Sabrina dialed 598. An all carbon fiber body on Sabrina's car. It's pretty well engineered, good looking car. Here we go. We finally got a mug winner. Travis Steffens. Trip 0 for the win, 24 above to be 24 total. Sabrina 63, breaks it out 2. So Travis Steffens, one of your mug winners today. The first of 5, so we have 4 more to give away. Congratulations to him. He's taking home a mug courtesy of Heims Awards and Custom Gifts. Kevin and Jim both find the red ball, but Kevin's a little bit less red as he is 4 red. Jim's 8. Jim breaks it out 1. Kevin breaks it out 2. Kevin taking the win, moving on to the next round. So already 1 muck given away, 4 more to go. Brian Moody has shifting problems again as he had the starting line advantage but couldn't hang on. John Olbrich's 41 dead 6 to be 47 total. Brian was 28 on the tree but found that rev limiter again and couldn't run the number. Dylan Tiedrick left lane, 587 the dial on the Busa. Austin began right lane, 716 the dial on the 2000 Trans Am. I've been told that Trans Am is Austin's daily driver car as well. Dylan Tiedrick is 53 dead 8, 61 total. Austin began, breaks it out 6, taking 26. Had to take 20 or less to continue his day. No box double buybacks. You should be in the lanes. We also welcome in all the rest of the... Back the train up. Box double buybacks. You should be in the lanes. So box double buybacks. You should be in the lanes. Box buybacks. We will welcome you to the lanes as well. So if you found yourself on the wrong side of first round, pay your $40. Get yourself bought back in for a shot at $5,000. So box buybacks, we will take you into lanes 7 and 8, please. Box buybacks into lanes 7 and 8. Todd Tiedrick dialed 589 in the left lane on the Hayabusa. Todd dialed 589, Brandon Schmall 668. Brandon is in. Todd is following. And away we go. Oh boy. Heard the rev limiter. Todd was in trouble out of the gate as Brandon was 009 and Todd was 102. Todd found the rev limiter. Bike didn't want to shift. Brandon takes the win. Going 675 on the 668 dial. Brandon carrying an entry on. Todd's going to have to come back around and catch Sabrina Neiman on his second entry, as we had a small amount of confusion on the doubles. Box buybacks. This is your final call. Box buybacks. This is your final call. If you are buying back in box class today, remember it's only $40 for another shot at $5,000. We will take you to the lanes, please. Box buyback to the lanes, please. Lanes 7 and 8. Your last and final call. Alrighty, box winners, box winners. We will take you to the lanes, please. Box winners. This is your first call to the staging lanes, lanes 7 and 8, please. Box winners, lanes 7 and 8. This is your first call for round number 2. We're just waiting on one of our no-box cars to come back around, and we're going to finish out our no-box round. So, box, you should be in the lanes. Box should be in the lanes. If you are not in the lanes, you should be headed to the lanes. Left lane just lost one of his entries, trying to punch the other one through into third round. Keep the dream alive today. Sabrina Neiman's going to stand in his way and see if she can end his day early. 597 the dial for Sabrina, 589 for Todd. Good pair of reaction times for both of them. Todd breaks it out, 589 on the, or I'm sorry, 586 on the 589 dial. He was 15 on the tree. Sabrina was 005, breaks it out 14. Double breakout win going Sabrina's way as Todd wanted it just a little bit more. It's going to bring up Bill Cox on the Byron, 586 the dial for the 48 Anglia. Bill's bumping it in here. Bill is 20 on the tree and 12 above to be 32 total on the Byron. Sending himself into third round. That'll be Zach Miller left lane. Now we're back to Independence, Iowa. So Zach Miller moved back to Independence, Iowa from first round. Michael Freeman right lane in the 71 Duster, 633 the dial for Michael, 541 for Zach. Michael turns a 005 red, hands the instant win to Zach. Zach is 59 on the tree. Zach is 59 on the tree and 57 above for the win. Michael Freeman, 005, betting we wishing he could have that one back as he is 18 above for the loss. Tony Henderson left lane for Million, South Dakota, 495 the dial. Tom Roshan, 557 the dial in the 74 Duster. He's going to set that thing on the wheelie bar. Tony, Tony, 27 on the tree, 26 above for the win. Tom is 29 on the tree, breaks it out 7, taking 31. Mike Walsh, 670 the dial in the left lane. Taking on Colton Lane, 477 the dial in the right lane. Wheels up and away for Mike. Colton's going to see if he can reel him in. Not happening. Mike Walsh, 7 on the tree dead, 5, 13, 12 total. Colton Lane is 38 and 32 above for the loss. Allison Pierce, left lane, 622 the dial, taking on Logan Westcott in the right lane. 679 the dial. Allison had a little bit of a delay box malfunction last time around. See if she got it figured out. Logan has the advantage, and he's going to turn it into a win. Logan's 39 on the tree, goes 688 with a 4 on the 679 dial. Allison's 620, goes 631 on the 622 dial, but something's wrong in the box, so she goes 176 on the tree. It's going to bring up Jim Olbrich in the left lane, taking on his pit spot neighbor, Mitch Melcher. Jim dialed 570, Mitch 503 the dial. Mitch turns at 27 red. Jim is 20 on the tree dead, 4 to be 24 total. Mitch is 27 and 30 above. Sorry, 27 red, 30 above. Check that. Kevin Ollinger taking on Mitch's brother Matt. Matt, 485 the dial. Kevin, 594 the dial. Kevin's away first. Kevin Ollinger gets the win as he is trip 0 and wins himself a mug. So Kevin Ollinger winning our second mug of the day. 3 more to go. He's trip 0 and 15 or 25 above for the win. Matt Melcher 68 and dead 8 for the runner-up position. So congratulations to Kevin Ollinger as he's going home with a Tri-State mug. Courtesy of Heims Awards and Gifts. It's going to bring up Joe Schmall in the Fast and Furious Fury, taking on yesterday's winner, Zach Halverson. Zach trying to get back to 2 entries. Zach, the recipient of a free buyback today, courtesy of Waugh Auto Repair. So he was 31 total, the best losing package of first round. Joe Schmall's away. Zach will follow. Down to the other end, it's going to go Joe's way. Joe takes a starting line advantage and capitalizes on it as he is 19 on the tree and 17 above for the win. Zach is 37 on the tree and 18 above. And sees the win light come on in the other lane. Mike Fuller, 493 the dial, taking on Ray Thompson, 505 the dial. Starting line advantage to the right lane, and he breaks it out. Ray's 19 on the tree, breaks it out 3, taking 48. Needed to find the brakes down there. Mike Filler's 34 on the tree and 30 above to be 64 total for the win. No box. I'm sorry. Box. Box. You should be in the lanes. Box winners, you should be in the lanes. Box buyback, you're getting run right now. You should definitely be in the lanes. Box winners, you should be in the lanes. Bob Dish, left lane in the Vega wagon. Taking on Steve Geiger in the 13 dragster chassis. .002, separate them up front, down to the other end. It's going to go Bob's way. 58 on the tree, dead 6. Be 64 total. Steve Geiger, 60 on the tree and 13 above to be 73 total. Pretty simple math. Tells you margin of victory, 9 thou. Andrea Hager, 490 the dial in the left lane, taking on Ron Wayleen, 578 in the left, right, goodness gracious, let me back up. Andrea Hager, left lane, 490 the dial, 578 for Ron in the right lane. Andrea takes the starting line advantage for the win as she is 68 on the tree, dead 2 to be 70 total. Ron is 158 on the tree and 11 above. Not going to get away with 158 on the tree a whole lot. But it does happen. We had a couple instances yesterday where we saw some 3 or even 1 4-digit reaction time, and they got away with it and took the win. Rod Wolter, left lane, taking on Sage Mortensen. I'm sorry, Rod Wolter, left lane, taking on Sage Mortensen in the right. Rod dialed 630 in the Roadster. Sage 575. Rod Wolter, trip zip on the tree, going to get himself a Tri-State mug. Taking the win, 628 with a 1 on the 630 dial. Sage Mortensen, 62 on the tree, breaks it out more. So there goes another mug. Now we're down to 2. Rod Wolter, Kevin Ollinger, and Travis Steffens, all winners of Tri-State mugs today. Got 2 more to give away. We need 2 more trip zips. See if one of these 2 gentlemen here can do it. Anthony Lane, 492 the dial, taking on Jim Laughlin, 657 the dial. Thou separate them on the tree, and Anthony Lane gets the win. 13 on the tree, 15 above to be 28 total. Jim Laughlin's 15 on the tree and 17 above, taking the L. Next up, Roger Hoff, the Land Shark Dragster, taking on Brad Thompson, the Florida man. Brad's not the kind of guy that you read about in the news when you read Florida man wrestles gator and keeps it as a pet before getting found by the police. Brad is not that kind of guy, but the Florida man nonetheless. 480 the dial for both of the gentlemen. 3 thou advantage to the left lane, and the left lane will turn on the win. Rogers 18 on the tree and 11 above to be 29 total. Brad, 21 on the tree, 18 above. Ending his day in the second round. He's going to bring up a scooter. Dave Primrose, left lane, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in the 2006 Suzuki. taking on Alex Zuzewski on the 606 dial in the Roadster. Alex Zuzewski takes 11 to break it out 2. Had the advantage on the tree. Dave Primrose 22 dead 3. To be 25 total. Alex had it in his hand. Gave it back to him. Garrett Chitty left lane 564 the dial in the Camaro. Taking on Al Grimm 480 the dial in the brand new dragster chassis. Garrett Chitty was rearing to go as he is 158 red. Al Grimm's 38, breaks it out 9, 19. Garrett was ready to roll. Fired up. Fortunately finds the red bulb and ends his day right there. Mike Halverson left lane, 616 the dial. Jacob Miller, 559 the dial in the left lane, right lane. I'm having a hard time with my left and right today. I need to sleep a little bit more at night, I think. Goodness gracious. Mike is in. Tree's coming down. Here we go. Pretty sizable advantage to the left lane. Mike is 004 dead 6, puts a 10 pack on Jacob Miller, who's 35 on the tree and nowhere to go. So Mike Halverson moving on, putting a lap on him. Jordan Pratt left lane taking on Tyler Stick in the right lane. Tyler was not a race entry yesterday, but he did, however, show up just in time to run our pit vehicle race last night. He informed me that he was going to sell the dragster and he's just going to start professionally racing pit vehicles all the time. So we wish him best in those endeavors. 690 the dial for Jordan, Tyler 473. As his dad Dale watches on. Dave, sorry. Dad Dave, not Dale. Tyler was 27 on the tree and 13 above to be 40 total. Jordan Pratt 19 on the tree and 32 above. No good. Tyler moving on to round number 3. Dalton Waugh, right lane, 532 the dial, taking on Dan Steffens, 585 the dial in the left lane. Dan turns a 004 red to Dalton's 12 red. So Dan moving on. 004 red and breaks it out 1. Dalton 12 red and breaks it out 1. Man, we've had a couple of races robbed, I believe, from some red lights. A couple of good races taken from us by the gosh darn red bulb. Mark Rosenbaum, left lane, taking on Bobby Marquis, right lane. In the boat. Mark dialing the long cart, 511. Bobby 484. Mark turns it 4 red and hands the instant win to Bobby. Bobby goes 26 on the tree, dead 2 to be 28 total. Mark is 12 above, but turns on the red light. That'll bring up Brian Yeomans and Randy Temperley. Randy dialed 586, Brian 522. Randy Temperley had the advantage on the tree, but took too much stripe as he breaks it out 5. Hand of the win over Brian, who's 36 on the tree and breaks it out 1. So Randy Temperley takes 29, breaks it out 5. He needs to take 24 or less. Scott LaRue, 640 the dial in the Nova. Bill Black in the 2012 Racecraft chassis. With the zoomies on. 447 the dial for Bill. Good reaction times for both of them. Gonna go Bill's way. He's 9 on the tree and 21 above to be 30 total. Scott LaRue 16 on the tree and 26 above. Mike Freeman, left lane, 634 the dial, taking on the twin turbo dragster of Zach Mortensen. John looking on, looking at his creation as it runs down the track. Pretty sizable starting line advantage goes to Mike, and he's going to turn it into a win. 27 dead 3, 30 total. Zach is 50 on the tree and 50 above to be 100 even. So Tony Henderson, left lane, 499 the dial. Don Paisley, the winner of our $100 Summit Racing gift card today. Well, from yesterday, technically. 556 the dial. Going to be a race down at the other end. Don had the starting line advantage and turns it into a win as he's 13 on the tree, dead 6. It'll be 19 total. Tony 24 on the tree, no dice. Tom Roshan, left lane, taking on Sabrina Neiman in the right. Uh-oh, got a red light on my microphone. That might be the end of the line for it. Tom, 556 the dial, taking on Sabrina, 511 the dial. Sabrina's going to see if she can chase him down. Looking for the green wind lights at the other end of the track. Tom accidentally, I believe, goes in deep and slows way down as he gives the win to Sabrina. Sabrina 61 on the tree, 26 above. Tom stages the car too deep, is 90 on the tree, and slows way down off the dial. Sabrina moving on into the money rounds. Zach Miller back to Muscatine, Iowa. 542 the dial. Alex Lazuski in the Roadster, 606 the dial. Check that. 4th round is the money round. Well, they should hire an announcer that knows what's going on. Alex is in. Zach follows. Starting line advantage was right lane, and the wind goes to the right lane in a double breakout. Alex was 40 on the tree, breaks it out 2. Zach Miller was 64 on the tree, breaks it out 13. Just wanted it a little bit more. So here comes Anthony Lane again on his 2nd entry. Sitting alongside Matt Melchert on his 2nd entry. Matt from Delhi, Iowa, just about 15 minutes south of here. Nice, cute little town, lake town. Anthony, Fulton, Illinois. Matt had the starting line advantage, but couldn't find the brakes as he breaks it out 4, taking 34. Anthony 16, 26 above, gets away with 1, and moves on to the next round. Zach Halverson lighting the 330 beams with the burnout. Taking on Jacob Miller. Jacob dialed 558, Zach 460. Alrighty, no box winners. If you're still in competition in no box, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. No box, lanes 4 and 5. Take the doubles up front first. So no box doubles, lanes 4 and 5. We'll take the doubles up front. The rest of the class can follow. So no box doubles, lanes 4 and 5, please. No box doubles, lanes 4 and 5. Jacob Miller, 002 on the tree, dead 6, 8 total. Zach Halverson, 17 on the tree, dead 9. And the winner from yesterday loses an entry as Jacob Miller puts the whooping on him. 8 total for the win. Good lap by Mr. Miller there. And Zach's going to drop an entry. Alrighty, so once again, no box doubles. We will take you to the front of the lanes, please. 4 and 5. No box doubles, lanes 4 and 5. Box cars, if you are still doubled and need to come back around on your 2nd entry, we will take you to the lanes at your earliest convenience, please. So if you are still doubled in the box class, we will take you back to the lanes at your earliest convenience, lanes 7 and 8. No box doubles. This is your 2nd call to lanes 4 and 5, please. Alrighty, I got fresh batteries in my microphone. Hopefully I sound better. I've been told multiple times I have a face for radio. Yes. Mitch Melchert left lane in the Thompson truck and trailer dragster. 505 the dial. Tyler Stitch, 474 the dial in the right lane. Sorry, Tyler Stick. Mitch finds the red ball. Tyler, 21 on the tree. Dead 2 to be 23 total. Mitch, 14 red and 16 below for the loss. Tension in the pits. Rod Wolter and Kevin Ollinger, you guys have Tri-State mugs sitting up here in the tower for you. So as soon as you are able, Rod and Kevin, I believe you're both still in competition, but if you are able to make it up to the tower, we have some Tri-State mugs sitting here for you. So Rod Wolter and Kevin Ollinger, we got some Tri-State mugs sitting up in here in the tower for you. Box doubles. If you are doubled in box and you still have an entry for second round, you need to make another pass yet in second round. We need you to the staging lanes right now. No box doubles, you should be in the front of the staging lanes right now as well. 4 and 5, please. No box doubles, lanes 4 and 5. Once again, box doubles. If you still have an entry in second round of box, we need you in the staging lanes pronto. I am terrified to go back on the stream and listen to myself talk because I sound really, really dumb through a recording. I think I sound good up here, but then I just don't. So, Dave Primrose, left lane. 543 the dial. Al Grimm, 478 the dial in the right lane. I think I keep calling the left lane the right lane. I guess, I don't know. So Dave Primrose, left lane, 543. Al Grimm, right, 478. Al Grimm had the starting line, Dave Primrose had the starting line advantage and turned it into a win as he is 10 on the tree and 11 above to be 21 total. Al Grimm, 21 on the tree and 18 above. No good. No box. We will take you to the lanes right now. No box, class. We will take you to the lanes. First call to the lanes, please. No box. First call to the lanes, please. Well, no box. No box. Your second call to the lanes. No box. Your second call to the lanes. Once again, no box. Lanes 4 and 5. This is your second call to lanes for round number 3. No box. Your second call to lanes for round number 3. Alrighty, Mike Walsh is going to take his bypass here, 670 the dial in the Dodge Cornet. So Mike carrying this entry into the next round, 65 on the tree. Down to the other end, he stops the clock at 6:69 with a 6 at 101 mile an hour. So Mike Walsh, 65 on the tree, breaks it out 4. Moving on to the next round. With the little break in the action, Alex is going to head out on the tractor and do just a little bit of track prep, make sure everything's freshened up and clean for the next round of competition. But I am going to step away from the microphone as I have done my shift this morning, and it's Alex's turn to take it over. He just doesn't know it yet. So I may be back on the microphone later this afternoon, and if I am, I will see you then. If not, we appreciate you guys being here, and we'll talk to you all very soon. So Alex will be back with you as soon as he's off the track. I guess while I'm standing up here, before I take off, I'll put out one final call. No box. No box. Winners, round number 3. You should be in the lanes. Your last and final call. No box. Lanes 4 and 5. Your last and final call.
Short little track prep there, and we will be starting round 3 of No Box. Ryan decided he wanted a little break from the mic. Wanted to get out and get a little bit of a tan today, so he's down on the starting line now. We got Dan Steffens at 584 in the right quick performance left lane, and Kevin Hack 653 over here in the right way trailers right lane. Away we go, slight advantage up front, nothing crazy, but just enough. Kevin Hack gonna go 32 up front, 14 above. Put together a 40, let's see, 46 on that one. 46 total. And Dan just a little off his dial there. Not far. Ran a 61 total, but just wasn't quite enough to edge out Kevin Hack today. I'll bring up Serenity Freeman over there in the left lane in her 88 Mustang. Serenity dialed in at a 738. Going up against Brandon Schmall in the right lane in his 80s Mustang. Bring it down to the 673. Tight on the tree and remain tight all the way down. Margin of victory, just 9 thousandths of a second. Brandon Schmall going to come out on top on that one, and he will be bringing her back around for round number 4. Next up, we got Dylan Tiedrick over here in the right way trailers right lane. Dylan dialed in at a 587 on his Hayabusa. He's going to look to knock out Siobhan Werner on this one. Siobhan in his 88 Camaro dialed in at a 695. Dylan's got some work to do. See if he can get it done. Not quite going to be able to do it. Siobhan Werner was 18 up front. 39 above. Locked out Dylan. Dylan missed the tree by just a little bit on that one, and unfortunately that was all she wrote for Dylan. I got Jeff Freeman Jr. in his 69 Barracuda dialed in at a 699. Austin McGann in his Pontiac running a 716. Almost identical up front. He kept her tight all the way to the other end. Just 9 thousandths margin of victory on that one as well. Got a lot of tight races this weekend. Seems like nobody's getting off easy. There we got Bill Cox and his 48 Anglia over there. Bill dialed in at a 587. See if he can edge out John. John running his Camaro over here at a 656. Bill Cox is going to let go of the button just a little too early. Not on dead 5, but clicked her 6 red. That's going to end that entry for Bill today. That brings up Mark Rosenbaum in the left lane. Mark running that 64 Stingray Corvette with a 540 in it. Going up against Logan Westcott in his 21 Tesla. Logan gets out a little better advantage up front. Down to the other end. Win goes Logan Westcott's way. Logan was 20 up front, 16 above. 36 total to lock Mark out. Logan will be bringing his Tesla around for the next round. And that'll bring in Ryan Sefford in the left lane. Ryan dialed in at a 640 against RJ Mahan. RJ dialed in at a 635. This one, they'll be staring at each other all the way down. And RJ lets go of the button just a little early. 003 red. Gives Ryan a time run. Ryan goes down there, knocks her 3 too fast, but he'll be able to adjust coming back around into round number 4. So no box doubles. If you haven't made a lap yet, you're really late. No box winners. If you guys aren't in the lanes, you're late. And no box doubles, if you've made a lap and you got another entry, you're gonna want to bring it around. Looking a little scarce up there in the staging lane, so we're gonna want to make sure we get them full. With that, we're going to go ahead and put out first call. First call, box double. Box double. If you are still doubled up, bring it around, put them in the lanes. We want to get you guys as much time to cool in between passes, but you're going to have to be around. We got Kevin Hack down here on the left lane. Kevin dialed in at a 654, going up against Ryan Rutledge in his Chevy Love at a 602. Kevin Hack's going to let go a little early. 14 thou red. Ryan Rutledge going to go 008 on the tree. 60 bucks, 68 total for the win. And that'll bring up Steve Marcus in the right lane. Dialed in at a 574 with his 62 Chevy. Going up against Charlie Sullivan. Charlie out of Manchester with a 661 on the 70 Duster. Everybody staged. Tree comes down. We're clean, we're green, and we're almost identical. Take it to the other end. Charlie's going to go home with the win. 5 thousandths of a second was all it took to edge Steve out of this round. Charlie went 23 up front, 35 on the other end. Just enough to take home the win and come back around in round number 4. All right, no box doubles. You made your first lap. Bring them back around. Cool them and fuel them. We got to make the rounds. They got a little chance of rain coming in this afternoon. We want to make sure we get everything buttoned up before that. So I know we're pushing you guys hard. We hate to do it, but we want to try and get this thing in before we get any weather. So no box. If you're still in, if you're doubled, if you're a winner, either way, bring them around. All no box should be in the lanes. Box, if you are double entered in box, we should have you in the lanes. That is your second call. Second call, box, double entered, bring them to the lanes. You're going to have one more call, and then we're going to start calling everybody else. You don't want to get stuck in the back of the class if you got 2 entries. Must have had all of our no box show back up. We got John Olbrich coming around on his second entry. John's going to face Sabrina Neiman in her Roadster. John dialed in at a 659, Sabrina at a 597. Get the signal to light the tires. Sabrina comes out and she's headed to stage. John's going to follow her. Sabrina Neiman clicks her a red. Gives John a time hit on that one. John got a shot at the tree, went down, tested out his dial. Dial in a little bit too slow, so he'll have to make an adjustment coming around for round 4. I'll bring out Travis Steffens in the left lane and Brandon Schmall in the right. Both drivers very meticulous on their staging. They both bump in about the same time. Travis dialed in at a 665. Brandon Schmall at a 670. Box entries, doubles, singles, doesn't matter. If you're in box and you're a winner, Bring it around. Travis Steffens is going to go down there. 008 up front. Going to run 22 above. Lock it in at a 30 total and just knock Brandon Schmall out. Luckily, Brandon Schmall's got another entry, so he's got some redemption. He'll be able to bring his other entry back around in 4th round. Travis will hopefully meet him there. Again, box entry. If you are still in, bring them around. We need you in the lanes. Like I said, we got that weather coming in. We want to try and get this wrapped up before it gets here. So box entries. If you won 2nd round and you want a shot at 3rd round, put them in the lanes, bring them around. All right, all of our doubles are back around. That means everybody else, if you won 2nd round, get them up here. Get them in the lanes. We're going to be rolling box out here in just a minute. Don't want to miss the call. Tony Anderson and Tyler Stick away clean and green. Tony had a little bit of an advantage up front. Couldn't quite run the number. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's one of those coin flip wins that just falls the wrong direction. 7/10,000ths of a second separated them. 0.007. Anthony Lane in the left lane. Going up against Don Paisley in the right. Anthony dialed in at a 493. Don at a 556. And Anthony Lane just won himself a Tri-State mug. Almost got himself a $500 cash payout. Going trip zip on the tree, dead 6. Don Paisley clicked her 4 red and handed the win over. Anthony Lane, whenever you get back, go ahead and come on up. We got a mug for you. At your earliest convenience, you come on up here and get a travel mug. And I don't know if they're still here with the coffee or not, but if they are, you got a free fill. A little something to keep you awake for your drive home. We'll bring up Dave Primrose on his 06 Suzuki. Not quite your stock Suzuki, but Dave dialed in at a 543. Alex over here in the right lane dialed in at a 606. Pretty close up front. Dave Primrose. Well, he left a little wiggle room for Alex down there, but not a lot. Alex would have had to go dead 0 and take her to the 10,000s mark to get the win. Dave was 11 up front, 7 above. 18 total, and Alex was 18 on the tree. And with that win, Dave's also going to become the winner of our $50 Growth is Drag Bikes gift certificate for being the last bike standing. He's still got one more entry in this round, so he might have to fight himself for it, but either way, it's going to be going home with Dave Primrose. We want to thank Growth is Drag Bikes again for donating that $50 gift card to the last motorcycle standing. Yesterday, I believe it went to Jeremy Meyer, and today it'll go to Dave Primrose. So congratulations to both of those guys, and thank you to Growth is Drag Bikes once again. I'll bring up Mike Walsh over there in his 66 Cornet. Dialed in at a 669, going up against Bobby Marcus. Bobby dialed in at a 484. You're going to have to sit there and wait a little bit while Mike Walsh gets a head start. They're both in. There comes the tree. Appears as though Mike must have had a little problem down there. He was a little late on the tree, but I'm guessing something wasn't quite right or happy in the car. Going down there running an 826 with an 8 on a 669. Bobby went down there at 35 up front and lifted, coasted her out to a 495. Take home the win. I'll bring up a couple local guys for us here at Tri-State. That'll be Mike Fuller in the left lane at a 495. Bill Black at 448. Advantage Mike. But the win goes to Bill. Mike got down there 8,000s too early. Took 44 stripe. Had to take 36 or less. Now we make it sound really easy sitting up here in the chair, watching the screen, reading off what they say, but that distance there is probably about half of what their wheel is, so I'd say he had her in there pretty tight, just ended up on the wrong side of that one. We got Jim Olbrook over there in his 86 Camaro, dialed in at 571. He's going to chase down Logan Westcott. Logan running that Tesla. Logan's got the advantage up front, but he's going to break out at the other end. Logan breaks out 12. Took 45 a stripe. Had to take 33 or less to pull that one off. To Jim Obrick. Gonna get the win going into round number 4. Brings up another couple of guys that are no strangers. Ryan Yeomans and Al Grimm race each other a number of times in Super Pro. Ryan dialed in at a 522. Al in at a 479. Both are staged. Tree comes down. We're clean and we're green, and there's very small advantage up front. But enough. Al Grimm's going to go 006. 38 above for the win. Ryan Yeomans was 14 up front, 23 above. Al took the stripe by 0.03 of a second. And that was his margin of victory. It was all he needed. Next up, we got Bob Dish and Michael Freeman. Bob's away first with a little bit of an advantage up front. Other end, Winlight, Bob Dish. Michael Freeman had a pretty good lap going there, just couldn't quite put her together. I'll bring Bob back around in round number 4. Next pair up, Mike Halverson over there in the left lane. Might remember the name from yesterday. Mike went quite a few rounds yesterday, just a different car today. On the pass that eliminated Mike yesterday, he said it sounded like somebody was in the motor and wanted out, knocking away. He got her shut off, but sounds like that one's going to be hurt. So looks like he stepped into his grandson's car, got his number on it and everything. Man, he was ready. Mike dialed in at a 616 against Zach Miller over here. Zach dialed in at a 541 in his dragster. Mike not used to leaving first, but no stranger to the tree. Mike's got the advantage, and Mike's got the win. 17 up front, 31 above. Puts him 48 total, and Zach Miller had to be dead too. I'll bring up Joe Schmall and Sabrina Neiman. Joe Schmall over there in the left lane dialed in at a 693. Joe all the way down from Lino Lakes, Minnesota. He was a contestant for our quilt, but a couple more guys just on the outside of him. Sabrina over here dialed in at a 512. And give him just about 2 seconds head start. See if she can run him down. There goes Joe. Sabrina waits. There she goes. Looks like Joe might have forgot to turn the box on. Quite a bit red. Not sure what happened there, but Sabrina Neiman's going to take the win, come around 4th round. No box. No box doubles. I don't know how many of you there are yet, but bring them around. No box doubles into 4 and 5. No box doubles. Roger Hopf and Tyler Stick on that one. Tyler's got a slight advantage. And enough to get down there and take the win from it. Tyler's going to be 11 up front, 14 above. Puts her on 26 total, and that slight advantage he had up front was all he needed to lock Roger out. Roger was 27 up front, went down 30 above. Good pass, just wasn't quite enough today. I'll bring up Jacob Miller over here in the right lane, dialed in at a 5:58. Taking on Rod Walter at 6:30 in the left lane. Jacob's in there waiting. Rod rolls forward. And away we go. Rod's got the advantage up front. See if he can hold on to it. And he will. Rod, 007 up front, 37 above. Takes the win, coming back for round 4. We'll bring up Andrea Hager over here in the right lane. Andrea dialed in at a 490 in her dragster. We just got done licensing Andrea not too long ago. She's going to try and best dragster Dan. Dan's going to have the advantage up front. See if he can hold on to it. And he will. How about that? 12 up front. Dead 4, 16 total. Locked Andrea out from the word go. So Dragster Dan will be coming back around for the next round. All right, once again, no box. No box doubles. Bring them around. This is your second call. Not to call you out by name, but John Holbrook, you're our double. We're waiting on you. Once I see you, everybody else will get to come up and play. So everybody's waiting on you. Not really. We're still waiting on box to finish up. We got to finish these guys up. That being said, if you are in box and you still need to make a lap in round number 3, if you are not sitting in the lanes, you are late. We need you. So we are saddling up the last of them here. And there comes John. John's pulling down for no box, so that opens it up. All no box. No box winners. Bring them around. Bring them on down. 4 and 5. Again, no box. This is your second call now. No box, second call. All winners. Bring them down. Finishing up box class here. That brings up Mike Walsh and Anthony Lane again. Mike dialed in at a 669, Anthony at a 493. Away we go. Mike Walsh has a slight advantage up front. Not going to be enough. Couldn't quite run the number on the other end. Anthony Lane going to take the win, come back around for round number 4. We'll bring up our last pair of box, I believe. Kevin Ollinger in the left lane. Kevin running that 68 Camaro. Up against Dave Primrose. Kevin dialed in at a 596. Dave in at a 543 on his little scooter. Away we go, and Kevin a little too excited. 15 red. Gonna end Kevin's day. Dave Primrose will go on to the next round. So that means Dave's still battling himself for that Grothus gift card. Once again, third call. No box. No box, bring him around. We're waiting on you. We are going to be sending no box. We are going to be sending no box here very shortly. So if you are still in no box, you're going to want to be in the lanes. All right, we did do the drawing for the Portatree. We threw all the tech cards in a big box, shuffled them around, grabbed one out. I'm not going to tell you who grabbed it out, so you don't have anybody to blame if it wasn't you. But all of our tech cards, so everybody that was entered this weekend got in on this. And it came out, Austin Began. Austin Began, you are the winner of the Portatree. So, Austin McGann, if you're still here, don't forget to come up to the tower. Oh. Well, Austin, what's more important? You want to go another round or you want to come up and get your Portatree? All right, so if you see Austin, congratulate him on winning that Portatree. We want to thank everybody for coming out and entering and getting your name in that drawing. I believe we still have one more drawing yet to do. We got plenty of mugs, so everybody that's still in competition, if you guys want to start throwing out some Trip Zips, we'll get you guys a travel mug. But I do believe we will still have the winner compiled of everybody that lost to the eventual loser today. So we will, as soon as racing concludes, we will figure that really quick and try and get the drawing out. And if you're still here, you'll be able to come up and get your $100 gift certificate to Summit Racing. If you're not here, we will post it on Facebook and we will get it to you somehow, some way. All right, looks like we got all of our no box guys in the lanes. They're paired up, saddling up. We're gonna have a little bit of a wait for John Olbrich. John just pulling into the water box now. John's still sitting on both of his entries, hoping he can carry them both a little farther. John over there in the left lane dialed in at a 657. Logan over here in the right lane dialed in at a 678. Not much is going to separate them up front. And if it's anything like the rest of the racing this weekend, there's not going to be much separating them on the other end. We're clean and green, but there's an advantage up front to Logan. See if he can hold on to it. And he can. Logan 002 up front. Goes down 16 above to be 18 total. And locked John out. John broke out trying to get there, but he was not going to be able to do it. So John has lost one of his entries, but he's still going to be coming back around. He's got one more. That'll bring up Siobhan Werner and Kevin Hack. Siobhan Werner dialed in at a 699, Kevin at a 654. Siobhan's going to let go just a little too early, 15 thou on the red side. Wind light's going to go to Kevin Hack. Gets a time hit. So Kevin Hack going to take the time hit on that one. Bring her back around for round number 5 with a better idea of where he's headed. That'll bring Ryan Rutledge all the way up from Centertown, Missouri with his 75 Love. And Ryan will be going against our Portatree winner, Austin McGann. We'll have to check his reaction time on this, see if he really needs it. Austin dialed in at a 716. Ryan dialed in at a 607. Both pre-staged. The cars start bouncing. We're staged. We're ready to go. Tree comes down. Ryan Rutledge a little excited. Must have had a little too much coffee this morning. Gonna go 61 red. Austin began. Gonna stay on the green side. Take her down to the other end, get a time hit. Be able to make adjustments coming into round number 5, coming back around. All right, Charlie Sullivan dialed in at a 661, going up against Ryan Sefford at a 639. They're both away green. Slight advantage. Win, gonna go Ryan Sefford by 3/10,000ths of a second. I'll tell you what, guys, some of the racing I've been watching from up here today, it is some of the tightest racing I have seen. Another 3/10,000ths of a margin of victory on that one. With that, we're going to put out first call for box. I know you guys haven't had a lot of time to cool, but if you are in box and you are ready to go, we are ready to have you. Bring them on up to 7 and 8. We need the doubles first. So I believe that is Anthony Lane, Dave Primrose, and Tyler Stick. You guys are doubled up, so I know you haven't had much time to cool. Anthony says he doesn't need any more time. He's ready. Anthony's coming down the lanes. So Tyler and Dave, as soon as you guys get them cooled and get them fueled, we'll take you in the lanes. It looks like John's rolling down now. Still got the hood up, trying to get as much cool air as he can in on that motor, get her cooled down. But it looks like he's going to come in and exchange some pleasantries. with Brandon Schmall, and they're going to get paired up and ready to go. All right, looks like we got Tyler, Anthony, and Dave, so that will open it up. All box entries. If you are still in box, bring them around. Like I said, I know you guys are we're still on the short time on the turnarounds, but we just want to make sure we can get this in. Everything, a couple of my weather apps I've seen, we've got a little bit of chance of some wet weather headed this way. So we want to try and get it in and get everybody headed home as fast as we can. So box entries. If you're still in, bring them around. Looks like John and Brandon are rolling down. While they're rolling down, I just want to put out a friendly reminder to any of our racers that are used to leaving their trailers at the facility. You are still more than welcome to do that, but we need them moved for August 10th. We do have a track rental that day that will need the whole facility. So if you are used to leaving your trailer sit here, you're still welcome to leave them sit, but we're just going to have to move them. We're either going to have to put them up north along the highway, or you can bring them down here by the trailer by Ryan's house. Either way, we just ask that you move your trailers. Doesn't have to be this weekend. If you want to come back up next weekend and spend some time at the track by yourself, because we won't be here. Ryan and I will be down racing in Eddyville. Yeah, you heard that right. We do race occasionally. But again, if you are used to leaving your trailer here, you're welcome to it. We're just going to need to move them. Either put them up north by the highway or bring them down by the Shouse. This will bring up John Olbrich. John dialed in at 6:56. He got her cooled down, came back around for his second entry. We're going to take on Brandon Schmall at a 673. Little Ford versus Chevy battle here. Shouldn't say that because I think Brandon's got a Chevy motor in that, but advantage up front, only separated by 3 thou. Get to the other end. And Brandon Schmall is going to go 6 thou, too fast. And he is going to give the win over to John Olbrich, who was just 1 thou too fast. And that'll bring John back around into round number 5. Next up, we got Travis finally getting to use his buy. Had to race for it, but he held on to it, so he's going to get to use his buy run and see what the truck can do. Green up front, goes down, gets a little data. Don't know if he lifted or he just ran off a little bit, but he's got his information he needs to go into round number 5. And that will conclude round number 4 of No Box. That'll bring up box entries. If you are not in the staging lanes, you are late. So again, I believe this is second, third, could even be the 4th call for box. If you are still in box, you need to be in the staging lanes. We'll start her out with Anthony Lane and Tyler Stick. Both of these racers are still doubled. So they're going to get out first, get back and get them cool as fast as they can and bring them back around. Anthony Lane was a big winner last year. He won one of the days. And Tyler Stick just found himself a Tri-State travel mug. Oh, man. Tyler is not going to like the printout on that one. Tyler Stick goes trip zip to win himself a mug. Goes down and breaks out 2 thou. And he had room. He needed about one more whomp of the throttle and he'd have had it. Anthony Lane left him some space. But unfortunately, Tyler got there just a little too early. So Tyler's got a second entry. He's going to be able to come back around and make corrections and try it again. But if nothing else, he did win himself a Tri-State Raceway travel mug. And Anthony Lane, though he didn't win a mug, won himself an entry into round number 5. Next up, we'll bring in David Primrose and Bill Black. David Primrose at a 543, Bill at a 450. Win goes Bill Black. David Primrose gets down there 8 thousandths too early. And from the looks of it, there was no room. Bill Black, 005, 6 above, to be 11 total. David Primrose, 11 on the tree. Dave was 8 under and took 8 thou. So there was a very slim chance, but not a lot of space. Bill Black putting together one heck of a lap. Again, Dave Primrose, he'll be coming back around for another lap. He still has the second entry. I'll bring up Bob Dish and Bobby Marcus. Bob's got a little bit of a head start, and it's enough to hold on to it. Bob had the advantage up front, was 006, and went 14 above to lock Bobby out. So Bob will come back around while Bobby packs her up. And now we will have Mike Halverson again, running that red Camaro, going up against Al Grimm. Al Grimm in his 2024 Folk chassis. Just got that one done this year. Mike at a 618, Al at a 480. Gonna sit a second. Double red light. Win goes to Al Grimm. Al Grimm, 003. Both drivers were red, but Al was just a little less red. Mike goes down and goes dead 3, and unfortunately, it is all for naught. So Al will come back around for the next round. And possibly face one of our next 2 racers, Dan Steffens or Sabrina Neiman. Dragster Dan, as we call him, is dialed in at a 584. Going up against Sabrina over here at a 512. Tree comes down, and we're both green. Sabrina's got a slight advantage, and she's going to take it. Sabrina was 11 up front, dead 9 to go 20 total, and just blocked Dan Steffens out right from the tree. Bring up Rod Walter again. Rod dialed in at a 630 in his Super Gas Roadster. Rod's going to take on Jim Ulbrich at a 572 in his 86 Camaro. We're pre-staged. Who's going to bump in first? Jim takes the first. Rod comes in second. And the tree comes down. We're away and we're green. Get to the other end. Win goes Jim Ulbrich's way. Rod gets down there just a little too quick. Jim went down, put a dead 6 on it with 32 thousandths reaction time. Goes 38 total for the win. Jim will be coming back around. Looks like we got our double entries back. So as they suit up and get ready to make another lap, we're going to put out the call for no box. All winners of no box. We don't have any doubles left. So if you're in no box and you're still racing, bring them around. 4 and 5. Looks like I got one of you already. Always have that one overachiever. But again, no box, 4 and 5, no box winners. All no box winners. Bring them around. All right, Dave Primrose going up against Tyler Stick. Dave dialed in at a 542, Tyler at a 475. Reaction time advantage to Dave. The other end, green light, Dave. Dave goes down, goes dead 8. Tyler broke out trying to get there. Went just a little too fast. I was going to bring up Anthony Lane on his Byron. Anthony's decided he's got enough information on the car. He doesn't need another lap. So he's going to put her in the beam, see that green light, pop her forward, and then throw her in reverse, and away he goes. He's got his lap. That was all he needed. Just needed to put a reaction time in there, stage it, and it was his. He'll go back up and cool it until his next round. No box. No box. This is your second call. Looks like we might have all of you, so we're going to get you suited up and keep her rolling. First pair out for box. Or no box, sorry, no box. First pair out, we're going to have Travis Steffens over there in the left lane. Travis dialed in at a 666 in his 2000s S10, going up against Kevin Hack at a 654 in his 98 Camaro. Kevin's going to bring the wheels up. No advantage up front. But Kevin Hack's going to come away with the win. Go down 10 above. Travis went down and just off the dial a little bit. 27 above. Just a little too much. So Kevin Hack will be coming back around for round number 6 now, as we have entered round 5. We'll bring up Austin McGann and John Ulbrich. Austin lets go just a little too early. But John Ulbrich runs down there, runs 002 up front. 16 above. Sorry, 14 above to go 16 total. John Ulbrich will be coming around for round number 6. Where it looks like he is either going to race Kevin Hack or the winner of this pair being Ryan Sefford or Logan Westcott. Ryan dialed in at a 639, Logan dialed in at a 678. Tree drops. Reaction advantage goes to Ryan. Get to the other end, and he holds on to it. Ryan Sefford going to take out Logan to put himself into the next round. So we will have Ryan Sefford, John Ulbrich, and I believe Kevin Hack will be our 3 racers coming back around for round number 6. All right, Anthony Lane, as soon as you're ready, you want to bring her around. We'll get moving into box. As soon as we see Anthony come around the top, we will call the rest of you. Like I said, I know we're on the short time, but we want to keep her rolling. Don't want to let that track bake in the sun any more than we have to. Keep her around, keep her nice and tight. All right, Anthony Lane is round at the top, so if you are still in box, all box entries, all box winners, bring them up. We're waiting for you. Lane 7 and 8, all box winners, all box winners. Bring them around. All right, again, second call, box winners. We got Anthony up here, and he's waiting for some friends to come join him. He wants somebody to race him, so come on up. All right, looks like we got all of our box cars up there. They're getting suited up. So at this time, no box. No box, bring them around. Kevin's in the lanes. I think we're waiting on Ryan and John. John, I believe, is sitting on the potential buy, which at 3 cars, he should get it as long as everybody makes the call. So Ryan can come on up and meet Hack in 4 or 5. John, come on up to sit on your buy. So we'll start out with Anthony Lane and Al Grimm. So we got Anthony Lane dialed in at a 495 in the left lane, going up against Al Grimm, dialed at a 478 in the right. Anthony's still sitting on 2 entries, so he will be coming back around. Looks like to catch Bill Black. Bill Black was sitting on the bye, but at an even number. Can't give him one. Dead identical up front. Get to the other end. Win light, Al Grimm. Anthony Lane went down, broke out 7th thou. Al went down and broke out 1 thou. Al broke out just a little less and will take the win into the next round. Anthony Lane, however, is not out. He still has another entry, so he's going to be coming back around to catch Bill Black to come back around, still try and get in to round number 6. Joining Al in round number 6 is either going to be Dave Primrose or Sabrina Neiman. Dave dialed in at a 542, Sabrina at a 512. Dave's going to get a little head start. Tree comes down. Away he goes. See if he can hold her off. Sabrina, 007 up front. 13 above, 20 total. Locks Dave out from the word go. Win goes Sabrina's way, so Sabrina will be joining Al Grimm in round number 6. That brings up Jim Olbrich and Bob Dish, both trying to join the other 2 in round number 6. Jim in at a 572, Bob at a 670. Bob lets go just a couple clicks too early. Gonna end Bob's day. Jim gets a time run. Runs in a little under his dial, but it doesn't matter on that pass. So now he's got an idea of what he's got going coming into round number 6. So now we're just waiting on Anthony Lane. He's going to cool and fuel and then come back up and grab Bill Black. And between the 2 of them, they're going to race it out to see who is going to join Al Grimm, Sabrina Neiman, and Jim Olbrich in round number 6. Looks like Anthony's coming straight back to the lanes. Says we topped her off last time. We don't need more fuel. It'll cool while it's sitting here. Gonna roll in and I'm sure hop out and let the engine cool just a little bit and exchange some pleasantries. So once they get cool, looks like we got all of our no box racers up there as well. So they will, once we get Anthony cooled down and him and Bill get down here, we will roll no box in right behind them to start round number 6. Our last pair of box for round number 5 is going to be Anthony Lane taking on Bill Black. Anthony Lane dialed in at a 494. Bill Black at a 451 in that top dragster. Everybody's in. Anthony Lane's going to go 009, and Bill's going to clicker 3 red. And that will end Bill's afternoon. Anthony Lane gets a time run, knows what his car's going to do to come back around for round number 6. And it looks like we got everybody saddled up for no box, so we're going to roll right into round 6 of no box. I believe we will have Kevin Hack taking on Ryan Seffert for our first pair, and then John Olbrich will be running the bye. So as I guess, we got Ryan Seffert and Kevin Hack. Ryan Seffert dialed in at a 639, Kevin Hack at a 654. Ryan running a 69 Camaro, Kevin Hack in a little bit newer in his 98. Looks like Box is finishing out at all Camaros. As John pulls into the water in his 80s Camaro. I believe it's an 88. These two are away clean and green. Kevin's got the advantage. The other end. Win, Kevin Hack. 17 above. 6 on the tree. Locked out Ryan Seffert from the word go. Ryan put together a very nice pass. Just again, with as tight as racing as we've been doing today, was not good enough for today. I'll bring John Olbrich up on his Byron. Looks like John's going to take the time hit, get an idea of what the car is going to run going into the no box final. Away he goes. And now he's got his information. John will come back and find Kevin Hack in the no box final. At this time, we're going to just start calling all winners, all classes. So, if you're still in, whenever you're ready, bring them to the lanes. We will run you as we catch you in the lanes. So again, all winners, all classes. I know you guys have just got done running, so you're all cooling, but we're on the short time, so all winners, all classes. At your earliest convenience, go ahead and bring them on up to the lanes.
Alrighty, Anthony Lane, left lane. Dialed 493. Sabrina Neiman, right lane, 512 the dial. Trying to make their way to the final of the box class. One step closer to $5,000. The big check and the big trophy. Anthony, a winner here last year on Saturday. Sabrina Neiman turns at 7 red, hands the win over to Anthony Lane, who is 8 on the tree and breaks it out 7. Sabrina is 7 red and dead 7, so in the world of math, perfect, right? Too bad it doesn't work that way. So Sabrina at home for the day. Anthony moving on to the final for the box category. Jim Olbrich, North Buena Vista, Iowa, 572 the dial. Al Grimm, Dundee, Iowa. If you've never been through the town of Dundee, don't blink, you may miss it. Nice state park in that area though. 477 the dial for Al. Trying to pay off the brand new dragster chassis. Gonna have a little work to do. Down the other end, it's Jim Olbrich. 18 on the tree, 32 above to be 50 total. Al Grimm's 45 on the tree and 17 above. No good. Al Grimm ends his day. So we're gonna have a Jim Olbrich and Anthony Lane final in the box side. In the no box side, I believe we're looking for a John Olbrich and Kevin Hack. So how about that? We're around out yet, and I don't want to jinx anything, but we just got hints, a sniff even, of a brother versus brother final. So stay tuned as that develops a little bit. John Olbrich still hanging around on the no box side. Jim Olbrich still hanging around on the box side. So, no box and box. As soon as you guys are ready, cooled and fueled, we will take you to the lanes. I know box just went down the track, but no box, whenever you are ready, we will take you to the lanes. Kevin and John, we will take you to the lanes whenever you are ready. Anthony and Jim, you will be on deck, and we'll be looking for you in just a little bit. So, down to the semifinals, the final in each class. So while we have a small, quiet moment, just want to say thank you to all the racers and spectators and crew and everybody that makes this event possible. We had a good time at hosting again this year. I'm sure we're going to look forward to be on the schedule next year, but we'll see how the schedule shakes out. So once again, we just want to say thank you to everybody that showed up and supported us. We want to say thank you to Fangmann Performance Repair for being the title sponsor of the event. Special thanks to Travis and Abby for helping us get the live stream set up this weekend. Our tower operator ladies for being sassy all weekend and keeping me on my toes while I was up here. So once again, thank you to everybody and anybody that makes this event possible. We appreciate you guys, and we look forward to seeing everybody next year. So got a couple more races left to go. The box final, the no box final, and then we're going to run them off for the big check and the trophies. Once again, just little whispers, something to keep an eye on. Got a couple brothers sitting in finals yet. May see each other yet, so we'll see. But in the meantime, sit tight. Enjoy the nice breeze blowing through here finally. Trying to drive some of the humidity out of here. If you'd have told me this morning we were going to get the whole event in without so much as a rain delay, I'd have probably laughed at you. There was some water in the air this morning. But sun shining. Not too bad for a Sunday in July. The last Sunday of July. Man, summer's been flying by.
righty. No box final. Jim Olbrich and Kevin Hack. Jim's first final this year here, if I remember correctly. Not Jim, John. John Olbrich. Jim will be here in a minute. John Olbrich's first final this year, if I remember correctly. I do believe Kevin's found a few finals so far this year. One of these fellas is going on to race for the $5,000, the check, and the trophy. The other one's going to put the car back on the trailer and think, what if? John dialed 657. Kevin, 654. Both racers, good day of racing to get here. Gonna make it count here. Starting line advantage, left lane, win light, left lane. John Olbrich, 48 on the tree, 22 above to be 70 total. Kevin Hack let go 81 and put himself back on the trailer. Breaks it out one, trying to stay ahead. John gets there and wins it. So now it falls on Jim. We could have a brother final, but it's all up to the man in the red Camaro. Anthony Lane left lane, 492 the dial. Jim Olbrich, 574 the dial in the 86 Camaro. Right lane. Jim just watched his brother John punch his ticket to the final. Jim hoping to do the same. Anthony Lane stands in the way. Pretty even Steven up front. It's going to be a racing at the 8th mile stripe. It's going to go Anthony Lane's way. Anthony 10 on the tree, dead 8 to be 18 total. Jim Olbrich 9 on the tree, 20 above, 29 total. Out of competition. So Anthony Lane trying to double up. Anthony a winner here on Saturday last year. Trying to get another check. So we will see Anthony Lane in the dragster and John Olbrich in the Camaro, racing for $5,000. The trophy and the check. So sit tight. We're going to let them cool and fuel, collect their thoughts, and we'll be back to racing action just shortly. So don't change that dial. Kinda.
Alrighty, here we go. The final race of the weekend. What do they call it? What's the term I'm thinking of? Oh, it'll come to me sometime tonight. Is it the footnote?
I think
The footnote of the weekend? I don't know. Anyway, there's an analogy for it. I just not coming to me. So, the last race of the weekend of the second annual Fangmann Performance and Repair 5K dual days. Anthony Lane, left lane. John Olbrich, right lane. John representing our no box category, Anthony the box side. Anthony dialed 492 to John's 657. Everything has been decided and finalized up to this point. One of them will go home with the big check and the trophy and the glory. The other one will go home and think about it for a couple weeks. Or maybe till next year when they can try it again. Anthony Lane, pretty familiar with finals. John Olbrich in his first final of the year at Tri-State Raceway. Repair 5K dual days, taking home the big check and the trophies. John the runner-up, taking home a trophy, and a slightly less, bigger, more personal size take it to the bank check. But Anthony gets the one that hangs on the wall. So that's it. That, as they say, is that. We will be closing the track down for another week. We'll be back at it here We'll be back to it August 10th and 11th for the Havliks Fastest Streetcar Shootout and some test and tune. But from Tri-State Raceway and all of us here, staff, family, friends, and otherwise, we wish you good health for the next 2 weeks till we get to see you again. Everyone have a safe trip home, and we thank each one of you from the bottom of our hearts for all the support. So until we see each other again, good luck, and we'll see you in the winner circle real soon.
Bye.